All right. Welcome, everyone. Good evening. How's everyone doing today? Hope you all have been having a wonderful day. Been having a good day getting some prototypes built, trying to prototype how we're going to build future stuff. And now it's time to build different type of things. We're back to working on the Taj Mahal. So this is stream number 3, building the Taj Mahal. As you can see now, we're starting to work on the centerpiece of this, so the actual primary tower, I guess you could call it, primary building. So, and sure enough, so bag number 5 is pretty small. Verify it one more time just to make sure. Yeah, that's all I have for bag number 5. I mean, some of these bags have so many, it just seems like there's not as much as you would think, right, in this. All right. So let's go ahead and get this bag organized. I'm not sure how far we'll make it tonight. It looks like, I mean, if you look at this instruction here, and I need a way to make the instructions bigger, like when I want to talk about them, but yeah, I'm still working on getting this stream set up more how I want. But looking at the instructions, it looks like I'm building like just one face, right? Not. It was funny when I was looking at this Sunday night, I thought that was like the 4 pieces, but I actually think that it's building on. If you look at it, it's like building onto it, which is why this isn't so big. So many pieces, because it's just the first part of this. So we'll see. We'll see how this turns out here. So, getting everything sorted out here. So, sure enough, anyone there? I mean, if what are your plans for Thanksgiving? Because this will be, I mean, this will be the last build with BricksWithChad stream before Thanksgiving. Because tomorrow I'll be streaming on Taylor and Code, talking about coding. Although I gotta work that out, because I've also need to start cooking, preparing things for Thursday's dinner. So we're making quite a bit of food, especially considering there's only 2 of us. But some of it is just I've always made my family a really nice meal. Traditionally, made my family a really nice meal for Thanksgiving. And, I want to kind of continue that. And then, all right, let's see here. Although it'll be just me and my wife this year. Not as much company this year. I mean, not between the pandemic, although it's a big part of it. Daughter won't be able to come home. She's stuck at school. Between school and her job. She wasn't really able to come home for Thanksgiving. And then I mean, the other interesting part for the last 4 years, we went over to my daughter's boyfriend's family's house, because they always had a big spread, but they're no longer together, so can't do that anymore. I mean, on top of it, probably wouldn't be having that because of the pandemic, but all right, this is really annoying. Here we go. I was getting up. So this laptop I got sitting here is just a cheap little HP laptop that I bought on a trip because I didn't have my primary computer. I forgot the power supply, and so it was going to take 2 days to get it, and that would have been too long. to get a new one from Amazon. So I went to the local Best Buy and bought. I don't know if it was the cheapest laptop they had, but it was definitely one of the cheapest ones they had. Just a simple little laptop, although actually not too bad for especially for what I paid for it. But today all of a sudden it's popping up with these messages. Hey, we got holiday specials, or from HP, and I'm like, okay, just stop. And it's interesting. I mean, when I first booted up the machine, as I was setting up for the stream, it was like, I said, just remind me later, because I couldn't find the button to make it just stop. And 5 minutes later, I come back and it's back again. Oh my goodness! And then I saw what it was doing was the remind me later was reminding me in 5 minutes. I'm like, well, who in the world wants to be reminded 5 minutes later? It's not. That's just annoying. And it's weird. I thought last time I clicked, I said remind me in 4 hours, because I was like, all right, well, at least this, I probably won't be streaming. We'll see. If I am, it'll be near the end of the stream. I don't think we'll go that late. Because top of everything, I got to figure out if I'm going to work. I'm going to work tomorrow. If I'm going to the office tomorrow. It is my scheduled day to go to the office. But there probably won't be anyone else there. And even if there is, I won't be meeting with anybody. I have one meeting. I think I have one meeting tomorrow. Because others got canceled because people were taking time off for the holiday. But that person, that will be video call. But actually, part of the reason why I would go in actually is I want to take in these little rolling pieces. They're trying to fall off the desk. Actually, I want to take a Lego set in to display in my office. Trying to make my office look a little nicer, a little bit more homely. But also, just trying to make room here in the house. I am running out of space, and I keep on building more Lego. Actually, my wife and I are talking about rearranging some stuff, and honestly, part of that is to make more room for the Lego and such. Although we need to talk some more about it, because we've been talking about. So for the longest time, my office, my desk. I won't say my office, but my desk was upstairs. Right now, I have this office downstairs, and part of the reason for it being upstairs is because actually when we first moved in, it was downstairs, but it's kind of cold in the wintertime. One of the detractors from this house is that we have really high ceilings on the first floor, and so the heating can only get so far down. So our downstairs never really warms up. I mean, it's not freezing, but it's when you're sitting there trying to work, it's cold enough. So now, sure enough, actually, we bought a new furnace 3 years ago. I think it was. I think it was 3 years, because actually, I just had to have some service done on it because something went bad, and I asked the guy, "What do you think happens?" Like, I have no idea. This is just one of those freak things that shouldn't have happened, but somehow happened. Luckily you have a warranty and everything, right? Because it's like, if you didn't have a warranty, did I open this bag? I might have. Because like if you didn't have a warranty, this would have cost you like, you know, $3,500. Oh goodness. So anyway, we've been talking about me moving back upstairs, and I asked her. That's why I'm like, what do you mean by that? Do you mean back to the way how it was before, where I just had a little corner? I said that actually doesn't work very well. I'm more spread out now with doing the streaming, and you know, now I got my sort of Lego station where I'm at right now. Not really a Lego station. Actually, a side desk that, but at least recently I've been using for Lego builds more than anything else. Although when I'm not building Lego, it ends up being my here. I don't have somewhere to put something. Let me put it on the table. And so I don't know. She was like, "Well, that's up to you." You know, she's like, "If you want to make, you know, because right now it's like a family room, for lack of a better term." So well, that's what you know. So if you want to make it back into a dedicated office, she's like, she'd be fine with that. I'm not so sure she really is. She says she is, but something tells me I'll hear about it later on. But it would, you know, if it was to do that, it would make a real big difference. Give me, you know, right now I'm a little bit, this is a really weird shaped room. It's like a 6.5 wide by, I don't know, 42, 44 feet. I forgot the length of the width of my house, but so it runs the whole width of the house and then like 6.5 feet out. All right. It makes it for a very awkward room. So maybe part of the reason why it's a little bit tight in this room is just because of the shape of the room. If you think about it, it's actually quite a bit of square feet. You know, what? Let's see here. You know, if it's just 6.5, just say it was 40 feet, right? That's 260 square feet. I mean, it's not a small room. But like I say, when you think of the rectangle shape of it, well, and then I've got a slide. Well, actually, I have a sliding glass door, but I'm kind of taking up quite, you know, I go right up to that door pretty much. Because I also have my arcade machines in here. All right, so there we go. We're all sorted now. So we're going to start with this and with this. And sure enough, this is the first time you've watched. I definitely have this thing. I just have to. Hold on a second. Let me. I just have to sort all my stuff out. You know, it's just. I watch others who don't, who just kind of spread it out and then just build, and I'm like, oh, oosh, oosh. Okay, yeah. So I thought this hangs off of this. So, okay, there we go. So we're like that. All right, we're going to do 2 of these. These are always interesting bricks. You know, with you know, lines going one way on one side, and you know, or horizontal one, vertical on the other side. 2 of these, 6 of these. not as much counting as the last couple bags. The last couple bags were lots. It was counting like 39 and 24, and large amounts of quantities. All right, so, and I never know if it makes a difference, but I always try to make sure that I, the grooves, I put them the same way as the instructions are. Because I figure that could make a difference. So, oops. It's funny, I can get the ones that were correct off just easily. It's getting the one that was done incorrectly. Boy, this one's being hard to come off. There we go. And again, and I've said this before on these, I was taking it apart because I had the wrong piece on there. And of course, it was one of those things that nobody don't think I'm taking the whole thing apart. I was just taking that one brick off. So, Sean, how you doing today? Haven't talked to you today. There we go. Yeah, well, I mean, I caught it right after I put it on there. I just didn't notice it before. Like I said, the funny part was that I could get the ones that were correct off real easily. It was the ones that weren't correct, or the one that wasn't correct. And some previous chat was there. Well, that's interesting. You mean like chat before you joined the stream? Because honestly, that's been one of my complaints. Waiting others can't get your work done. Yeah. I don't know. Today was one of those days. I got stuff done, but I didn't get as much as I wanted to get done. I really debated doing some more work tonight. Just because I just didn't get what I wanted done. But I made progress, so it's it's not like today was a failure. It was just I wonder if that was some type of error or if that was on purpose. Because if that's on purpose, I'd like that, right? So that's one of my complaints for two reasons. One, because you join a stream and there's conversation going on. You have no idea what they're talking about. But the other is, one of the annoying things with Twitch is, I don't know if this happens to you, but every once in a while with me, I'll get that, video can't be downloaded error. And the only way to fix it, on a stream that you're watching, right? I could be watching the stream and all of a sudden it'll tell me, we can't download the video anymore. And the only way to fix it, at least I found, is to, refresh the browser, which of course then means I lose the chat history that I've been following along. Always hated that, right? It's. I'll tell you what, I was watching someone on YouTube. It was one of these guys that does the whole how to be a better Twitch streamer and all that kind of stuff, and he was going off on Twitch. He was saying Twitch needs to make some serious changes, or they're going to be losing a lot of business in the next year. He was complaining. One, he was complaining about discoverability, right? Saying that how Twitch isn't very discoverable. I don't know if I wonder if that's just different for game streamers, right? Which, I don't. I played games on Twitch like 2 or 3 times, which is probably about as many times I played games in the last 6 months. Um, so it's not that I don't like. Actually, I do enjoy if I'm playing a game to play it on Twitch because I can have conversation while I'm playing. But I also don't watch a lot of gaming. I will from time to time, but not a whole lot. I admit, I need to find this one lady out again. Went on there one night and one day, I guess it was, and they were streaming. What were they streaming? Civilization 5, and I love Civ. Oh, hold on a second. This goes down here. I'm definitely one of those people who, part of the reason why I don't play Civilization more often is because it's really hard to stop playing it. Because it is definitely one of those games like, well, let me do one more turn. Oh, okay, hold on. I need one more turn, and let me do 5 more turns. I want to finish this, or I want to see this piece out, and the next thing you know, it's 3 hours later, right? Yeah. So she was working on a Twitch stream. I'm sorry, a Civ stream. I enjoyed her conversation style. I mean, that was. I need to find who that was again. I actually, it was weird. I was stupid. I saw. Came up on the recommendation channel not too long ago, and I watched her for a couple minutes. And I was, I was enjoying the conversation. She was playing something different. But anyway, so he was talking about lack of discoverability, which is kind of interesting because I think as a live coder, right? I mean, since that's what I'm normally streaming, I actually find discoverability pretty decent, right? And I say that because I don't get massive numbers, right? I mean, they're still double-digit numbers, but I mean, I get decent numbers. I think I'm averaging right now 21 viewers on a stream, which, again, is not a. See, it's interesting. I'm just noticing. So this brick here, they're actually showing it the other way around. Yeah, they were showing it that way also. Again, I don't know if it really matters, but so there. The groove's going, and this looks like. Okay, so kind of like that. Oops. Oh, this is a piece I was working on. All right. Hey, Scott, how are you doing? This is your first message on the stream. You know what that reminds me? I was last night after the stream. Watched a little bit of TV and. What was I watching for? I was watching something. It was one of those things where I was bad. I just kept on watching TV, but even though I should have went to sleep. But Hulu now has new Animaniacs cartoons. So they brought back Animaniacs and are making new ones, and so there was a part in there where Or Wacko says, we need to. Oh, okay, that's weird. Yeah, I noticed that it's lagging here. Hold on. I've been having a little bit of issues with my Wi-Fi today. Because I noticed, yeah. Hold on, let me try something here. Just a second. I'm just stopping something else out so it's not. I'm not hitting the Wi-Fi as much. Just a second. All right, we'll see if that helps with the latency there. So yeah, so I was watching a little bit last night, and I didn't finish it, but hold on a second. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. As they were getting right, I mean, actually, they were a little bit into it, but as they were really starting to go, Wacko starts off with a whole, hey, we just start with something really, saying something really, was it the show hasn't been on, we haven't been on for 22 years. We should say something really profound and everything. And then I don't remember all the characters' names. But the other one was like, so your first thing you said was we should say something really profound, right? And so they kind of continue that. So they do make this very hard to follow on. Is this all? It must be all clear. Sometimes you look at the instructions. Sometimes, and I know you can't really see it on my. Actually, hold on a second. What? I just noticed. I just noticed the instructions are cut off on the stream. I mean, they look fine for me. Let's see here. Let's see if we can fix this some here. How's that? A little bit more. There we go. So yeah, it's interesting looking at this because yeah, I guess they're all clear. So how's this? Oh, okay, let's see here. I guess we'll do this a little bit slower. So yeah, sometimes it's hard to see that, what color bricks they want you to do. Although it's either clear or white, so they're definitely telling you to do. Oh yeah, see. Oh no, there is some white mixed in there. I see. Okay, so 2 clears of white. Let me get that water out of the way. And 2 more clears. Talk about having to pay attention here, It's like that. And then the slanted top. Alright, so that goes right there. And then you're going to do that again. I must, because I didn't finish it, so I must not. I don't remember that part. Or was that not from? Or was that from before? Because like I said, I started that show really late last night. I had already watched several other things. I don't even remember what else I watched last night though. Oh, I remember watching several YouTube videos. Actually, I watched quite a few YouTube videos. Oh, okay. So, but yeah, I mean, like I said, I didn't finish it, and it wasn't. So I'm okay. I am a little bit confused. How does this last one stay in there? It looks like we're gonna start with a white brick. Maybe. No, it's 3 clears. Then a white brick. So I will say I enjoyed it. Right? I mean, like I said, I mean, it's definitely not one of those things where I've definitely got to I can't wait to watch my next episode. I think they're already on there. I can't remember. I really, and sure enough, I mean, part of the reason why I was watching it, I always really enjoyed pinking the brain. Oh, okay. I guess it's just friction that's going to keep this in here. Because it is kind of tight, but that doesn't seem... I don't know. I mean, it's in there, but, it's not like sitting on a brick or anything, or a stud, I should say. Oh, okay. Well, here we go. There's what ties it down. Oh, did I miss something here? Oh, I sure did. So, I was saying that they did have a pinking the brain, and that was pretty funny. I enjoyed. I always like pinking the brain. And more for brain than pinky, even though he fails all the time, I always find him funny. So one of those and 2 of these. All right. So and then for anyone who hasn't watched this before, or I mean, Scott watches. He's a regular on my other channel. But if just the talking about why do I build Legos. And this is one of my ways to kind of just relax, still using my hands. 4-hour total flight from me to you. It's only 5 total to get to Seattle. Huh? Well, actually 5 seems like kind of long to get to Seattle. I mean, I guess you're connecting. But yeah, so like I'll do a lot of this because like I say, it's a way to relax, but still keeping my mind busy. I don't do very well just doing things where I'm supposed to just relax, right? It's just not something I do very well. I mean, I've gotten better about it. Because like for the longest time, I wasn't good at taking vacations. Because I just couldn't relax. I've gotten better about that. Might be taking a flight if AAA won't push out. So, well, that's interesting. I mean, that they're not pushing out the voucher. You know, it's Delta has been amazing with the whole thing. Now, grant you, I mean, they're also the largest airline, right? But they just keep on pushing out the vouchers. I mean, so like, well, actually, 2 different credit cards I have gives me like companion vouchers, and those became really useful this year. Not right, and it does. I mean, that's because one of the restrictions is it does have to be a companion, right? So I have to actually be as part of the flight. But like I got an email from them the other day telling me that they were going to extend those out through next year. Yeah. So that was really nice. And then plus they've extended out the points. And what I really thought was interesting, and I'm really appreciative of this. So what they said is for this year for Delta, you keep your status. So whatever status you're at, you get to keep, which is awesome, right? Because I'm platinum. So I get to keep my platinum status for next year. And the MQMs, which, okay, so for those who don't know, so all right, so one platinum, you have member, right? And then you have silver, gold, then platinum, and then diamond. And diamond is one of those, you do have to pretty much be living on that plane, right? Although I have plenty of friends who have it. But with platinum, I mean, I usually get upgraded and all that great stuff. So, in the way you get, it's not actually miles, right? I mean, it's they haven't really used miles in a while, but they really use. I mean, miles is something different, basically. But for status, they use what's called MQM, mileage qualified or medallion qualifying miles. So what they've said is you're going to keep your status that you have for 2020 or for 2020 into 2021, and any of the MQMs that you obtained in 2020 roll over. So that is freaking amazing, right? So so if I do finally get to fly again next year, right? I should be able to pick up status even quicker, because like I already have. How many do I have? I forgot. I've got. I mean, not I don't even think I have enough for silver yet this year, but well, actually, I probably do. Now I say that. Well, long story short, I get to start next year with a little bit of advantage, because on top of it, I get bonus MQMs for on one of my credit cards. Actually, 2 of my credit cards, because we put like everything on the Delta. I have 2 Delta American Express, and we put everything on them, right? So, any bill we can pay with it, we pay with that, and then you just pay. You just pay it right off, right? And so by doing that, we got a lot of mileage points to begin with, right? Which is great for getting those free flights. But then, after you spend so much on them, you get your bonus MQMs. All right. Straighten that out a little bit there. It is a little bit odd because there's pieces that don't completely lock in as well as you see some other areas, right? This. This one. And 2 of these. I mean, just like that, you know. I mean, it looks fine, right? But it's just weird because it's not completely locked in, which is what you would normally think. And considering some of the stuff that they did on that base tower, right? It was definitely more locked in, right? All right, so 4 of these. Two of those, and 3 of these. All right. I say Taj Mahal is something I would like to see, right? You know, it's envious because my grandparents went. I mean, obviously a long time ago. Which was just so cool that they. Because I mean, they would have went, you know, well before, you know. I mean, obviously still jet planes, but you know. Not as well suited as they are now, right? Well, actually, I guess kind of is. The coach is pretty small. You know what? I think we have a mistake here. Yeah, we definitely have a mistake here. This should be... Because I'm just noticing this is all the way against there, which would make sense. It's good I noticed it then. Any more probably much further, and it would have been a whole lot more work to get that out of there. Well, actually, I see. I wouldn't have gone any further because those two, you know, that went right where it was sticking out. Hold on. I think I missed. Yeah, we go up another, this column here. All right, now we go down the next page. Ooh, look, we're hitting step 1. Well, I mean, we got one more to go. We're on step 99, but we're getting ready to hit that century mark. All right, there we go. Oh, I need 2 of these. So now, Scott, being this coming from your home country, have you actually gone to like the Lego factory? Have you visited the museum there? That's one of the things I want to do one of these days. Actually, it's funny. It's something my wife really wants to do. I mean, she has no interest in you know, she loves looking at the Legos I build after I build them, but she has no interest, you know, building Lego. But oh, so this is, I guess it's going there. No, I'm a little bit confused. Where is this going? Oh, it's going in this. There we go. Oh, got ahead of myself. Now we're in step 100. Gotta be careful. We did this the other night. We skipped 1 or 2 steps and several steps forward, and things weren't making sense. All right. I do find it interesting how they've got the little black and white to show you, make sure you're using the right brick, which was really useful, the one before, because you could tell it really was the difference between the white and the clear. But I thought this one was kind of easier to tell. It was all white bricks. All right, so now we're starting the 2nd century. How many steps are on this again? $281. Not bad. We're a little bit over a third of the way through this. Of course, with that being said, I have other sets waiting to be built, and I am planning on buying a set on Friday. I want to get the Coliseum. And one of the reasons, so the Coliseum actually comes out on Friday, and it looks really neat. But I was hearing that it's a limited run, and like apparently they go pretty well. I believe they go pretty quick, because I see some other things I can't get that I would like to have. That's part of the reason why I want to go get it. Yeah. Oh, okay. What happened to the word class? Yeah, first class is different now. I mean, I can't speak to American Airlines per se, but so my daughter went back to school for this semester. I booked her on her first class seat because I paid. Well, I didn't pay anything for it. I need points, right? But I mean, even at points, I basically paid nothing for it, right? I think I paid more for upgrades in the past than I paid for that whole first class ticket. But after she, with amenities and without, well, so I asked her. I said, so how was it? And, what was different? And number one, you don't board first anymore, right? Because they're boarding, from the back up, right? Which that makes a lot of sense, right? So people aren't passing people as they're boarding the plane. And she told me, she's like, yeah, she was talking, she asked, or someone told her that, if she wants, she could board first, but they kind of ask that you don't until basically the end of the flight. And then, which means that once you're aboard, there's not the time to get the drink before you take off. Which I gotta admit, I don't think I ever get. I get water, right? Which usually are sitting at your chair. I don't ever remember getting something other than water. While we're just sitting at the gate. But and then basically, once you get in the air, I think I think at least with Delta, I think they were still serving alcohol for first class, not for any other for any other class for sure. It wasn't even. I don't, if I remember right, not even offered for sale. But I think first class still has that option. But then, like with Delta, of course, there's the whole thing of less than 4-hour flight, more than 4-hour flight rules. But and most flights are less than 4 hours. Most domestic flights are, at least. But so yeah, they just give so generally they hand out a basket, right? And you pick what you want. And now they apparently have everything already bagged, to include the water is already in there in a bag, which I think that's good. I mean, we do need to be careful. Yeah, well, like I said, I tell you, I think the airlines have, well, and again, I can speak more for Delta. I think Delta's done a good job, especially considering everything. I mean, my only complaint with Delta, and this is a minor complaint, it's a complaint, but, I can't, I had a bunch of flights that I had to cancel because of COVID, and I can't get my money back. Right? I have vouchers, which is great. Right? I mean, at least because technically they didn't have to do that. Right? I mean, you read the. Something's not right. No, that was definitely right. Okay, that was just, I had to turn around the wrong way. All right. So I've got I got all these vouchers, which is great. Oh, I guess I was already on the next one here. And so, which is good. I mean, like I said, I've got vouchers, so I can use them. Again, the thing is, and here's what I'm a little concerned about, and I was talking about this the other night. I don't know when conferences are going to start back up. In-person conferences are going to start back up. I really don't think we're going to see much next year. So I think I am going to end up losing out on some money. Because on top of it, the one thing that they are restricting those vouchers, and I tried, I'm the only one who can use the voucher, right? So I can't buy a flight for my daughter, right? Or anyone else for that matter, right? It has to be only for me. Well, So, like I said, I'll say this: if there are in-person conferences, I don't think it's going to be until the end of the year. Maybe third quarter, or not third quarter, maybe fourth quarter. Which I'm scheduled for something fourth quarter, right? So I'm scheduled to go to France, October next year. So, be kind of funny. The only in-person event I get to do next year, I have to go to Nice, France, right? Oh, the humanity. It is the point. I mean, conference no, as long as we can, as long as we can travel somewhat. I have to travel somewhere because I think I will lose those vouchers, and I say I'd already, because the trip to France was supposed to be this year. We're going to France. Well, I don't know how much my wife would like that. and you and I are close friends, but we're not Jeff and John, We know we. You like the Jeff and John comment? No, I think it's awesome what they do with that, right? The whole, and they've kind of have marketed that thing. They've gotten sponsors for it to pay for the stuff, which is, that's just awesome. Oh, okay. Well, more importantly, I think my wife really wants to go to Nice, France. Not think, I know she really wants to go. She was really excited about going this year. I mean, actually, it was funny. So I got accepted to that conference, and so they don't actually pay your travel, but they pay you, right? They pay you to speak, right? Which basically pays the travel. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. I mean, luckily, because bad part is that's income. Good part is it's corporate income. Right, so luckily I've got that set up to handle that piece of it. But it was funny because, when I got the whole thing, and the tickets were expensive. I couldn't believe how much it was to fly. And it wasn't, I was looking, I can get tickets to Paris pretty cheap. Relatively. But getting it down to Nice, that was where it was expensive. But so I was for sure she was like, oh, well, I wish I could go, but that's too expensive and everything. Which I was like, yeah, well. But then she's like, all right, when are we going? I was like, awesome. That really, again, we haven't got to go yet. I gotta admit, love my daughter dearly, but it's kind of nice that, my wife and I are getting to that point where we can take vacations, just the two of us, right? It's not 100% true, there's still complaints. It's like I say, we were supposed to go to Paris or France this year, and we'll hopefully be going next year. We have a cruise scheduled for 2022. I'm glad it's not till 2022. I think I actually have more of a chance to be able to go because it's so far off. But you know, other than that, you know, let's see. Actually, I'm looking forward to that cruise. It's especially, you know, but it's actually, we were cruising at least once a year, sometimes twice, and because of other things. I mean, last year we went to Asia. The year before we went to Europe. So you know, just some pretty cool alternatives. But I'm missing, you know, going to cruise. What's cool about this? I forgot. Actually, I forgot everywhere we're supposed to go on the cruise. Yeah, I don't even remember all the ports. But one thing I do know is, so this is to celebrate Carnival's 50th anniversary, and so one of the things that it's, or the big thing it's doing, is that a bunch of the Carnival ships. Hold on, I don't see this brick. Well, I see everything else. Huh. Make sure I didn't drop anything. No, I didn't drop anything. Well, shoot. Make sure I got all the bricks out of the bags. Yep. Now I dropped something, but not what I'm looking for. Well, this is not good. So basically, I'm missing one of these pieces. Actually, I'm a little bit. Hold on a second. No, I went the wrong way. That's why. I went the wrong way. All right, never mind. I'm not missing any pieces. I just went the wrong way. All right. So, let's see. We need two. Those are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Extra one. Hold on a second. Oh, excuse me. So it's to celebrate Carnival's 50th anniversary, and one of the things they're going to, the big thing they're doing, is a bunch of the ships are going to meet in the middle of the Caribbean Sea, and like have a big party. So you know, I'm really looking forward to that. That'll be a lot of fun, right? And the one thing about Carnival, they know how to put on a party. They're you know. You know, Carnival is kind of funny. Carnival is kind of shunned in the cruise community. Carnival gets shunned a little bit because it's like, oh well, they're the cheap one. You know, they're not as classy. All this great stuff, but I'm like, look, I'll tell you what. It's actually, if you don't have to look hard, and you can have class on it, right? And we definitely get to get dressed up and everything with it. I just find it to be a really good deal, right? I mean, anyone who's listened to me for a while knows I don't mind spending money, right? But not when I can get really good stuff and not have to spend a lot of money, right? You know, it's even better. And Carnival's that way. Also, I mean, the reason why we started Carnival was actually because of my daughter. So when we went on our first cruise, you know, I was actually a little bit concerned about, you know, you know, how kids would be treated on there and everything. And through my reading, Carnival, you had really good ratings for, for the teenagers in particular. And they do a really good job with the teenagers. I feel as if, I don't think I did something right here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what, I think, yeah, you know what? This should have been a white piece. All right. Of course, now I gotta get. There we go. There we go. So, like I said, I'm really looking for that cruise. And I think I'm going to book another cruise. Because the good part is you don't have to pay for it all up front, right? Because you just put a deposit down. And, yeah, one of the reasons I think about... And because, there's hurting to get people on board, right? I mean, well, right now they can't get anyone on board, but that's a whole nother story. But, so they're trying to get all those future bookings. But I got a thing the other day. I think I need to book it like this month. But like if you book, they'll give you a free alcohol package, right? Which, we never get the alcohol package. Honestly, I don't really drink that much anyways. But, I would drink a little bit more, especially an alcohol package. But the problem with the alcohol packages is that everyone in your cabin who's 18 up has to buy it, right? So it's one or all right? And, my wife hardly drinks anything, right? Definitely not enough to spend money in an alcohol package. But if we can get it for free, right? And the nice part, it's an alcohol package, but like it includes like, coffees in the coffee shop and some other things you can get with it, right? So it's, well, the reason why, so there's actually a really good reason. And I get why they have that restriction. The reason for that is they don't want you sharing it, right? Because, obviously, a cruise line like, here I'm doing this wrong, but it's all right. A cruise line like Carnival, they make quite a bit of money on the alcohol. So, like in my example, where my wife, because, so it's quote unquote unlimited, but it's not actually, because it is limited to 15 drinks a day. Which makes sense, right? 15 drinks is that is quite a few in a day. And so some of the thought is, if you, if you were like me, wouldn't get it from my wife. My wife would drink some of them, right? Because, she just would. So that's the reason why they have that restriction. So I get that. But with this, you could go dry. Yeah, it's a little bit limited. Honestly, 15 in a day, that's a good amount of alcohol, right? I would guess on the sea days, you could maybe have a little bit of wow that running out of. But most days, I mean, most of the day you're out at port, right? So you're not getting those drinks, right, during the day. No, the drinks. It's drinks. Now, I forget what the limit is. Because they did change it when it first came out. The limit was, well, actually, when it first came out, it was unlimited, right? And then they realized how much people were drinking off of it, right? And that's why it was more of a safety reason, right? Because they were having, they were seeing an increase in fights and such, right? And they put that limit. Yep, there we go. There. Brick fall. And I know they put another restriction. Where they. All right, they put in a restriction. I don't know what the newest restriction is, but when it started off, it was like up to a $50 drink, right? So you could get 15 $50 drinks, right? And obviously, alcohol is pretty reasonably priced on the ship. So so $50 is actually a pretty decent drink, right? Alright. There we go. We're getting kind of like a beginnings of a face of something. So as I say, I definitely want to book with that deal. And I might try to get like a late year cruise next year. For some reason right now, they're still not sure when they're going to start cruising again because CDC put some pretty strict restrictions on them. They have to. There we go. They have to. So, what were all the restrictions that they had to do recently? You had to. That's a really big step without a whole lot of instruction there. Well, I know one. They had. I know there was a whole bunch of requirements as far as being able to better quarantine. To include and the hard part being able to quarantine the staff. And the staff live in pretty small quarters because because it's usually two or three in a room. But so they had to do that. But then I'm assuming I'm making two of these. But they also have to establish a laboratory in each ship to be able to do rapid testing. Well, I mean, the crap shot, right? I mean, I'll tell you, come here, but, you know, definitely don't come here before December 13th because can't take you anywhere because nothing's open. And right now, I guess not. I guess we're not building two of these. It's just going to extend out. So, and then yeah, I mean, so that's the crap shot, because obviously you're talking about before the end of the year, right? Well, who knows what's going to be open, what's not going to be open. Because most of the country is shut down right now. Not all the country, but a lot of the country is. I think Florida's still wide open, which is honestly a little bit crazy. This is going over here. Okay, so obviously this is the part you see is this area, right? Because this is not as pretty, right? Times 4? What do you mean times 4? Oh, now I get what the first thing was trying to tell you, right? Okay, so that was bag 5. I have to do this 3 more times. And that's what bag 6, 7, 8 are. All right, let's collect our... It's always interesting, the extra pieces. Although, I gotta admit, this is... well, the reason why I was confused, normally when they tell you make 4, it's normally out of the same bag. That's why I was a little confused. This kit seems to have the fewest leftover pieces, right? So, I mean, because sure enough, this is actually a new container. I don't have really good containers for this, but so far that is all the pieces that have been left over, after you're finished. All right, so let's see here. Well, hold on a second, 'cause that's 6, but this is... Oh, this is also 6. Okay. Well, that makes it interesting because there's 14 bags. Right? Looks like you see 6 is 2 bags. So you're making 4 of these. Okay, so I'm looking at the picture of the Taj Mahal. So I see what this is. Right? One of these on each end, and I guess there's going to be corner pieces we'll build after that. I guess the only part I don't like is it's a lot of brick sorting 4 times. Here, let's move this. Over there. Actually, well, yeah. I was gonna say, I wonder how much I really need to sort these. I do, because it just drives me crazy trying to find bricks elsewise. You know, like I said, I'm still setting up this channel. Maybe that's one of the things I'm going to do. Make that a, a point redemption is do a bag without sorting it out. I'm actually trying to. I've got some graphics. Still trying to figure out what else like what I want to do for like the starting soon screen. Because like right now, I'm just starting it. Right, I'm not, there's no delay. Which is okay. All right, I do like the starting soon piece because I like giving people a chance. Especially, I mean, maybe eventually I'll come up with an actual schedule, but I mean, like, even if I had a schedule, I will tell you right now, Tuesday nights wouldn't be a schedule because it's not unusual. I have a user group Tuesday night, right? Not that I'm running, but usually attending someone's user group. As a matter of fact, I was debating attending a group tonight because the Cincinnati .NET group was meeting tonight. But I really wanted to work on Lego. Which I'm sure my wife thinks I'm crazy, I mean, not so much for the building Legos, but the doing it on a stream. Although for those who haven't been watching, I mean, part of the reason why I am doing a stream, right? I mean, it's something I want to do. Again, just having conversation with people, right? Twitch is decent for that. I mean, it's not the best in the world, but since I have to read the text, right? I mean, I can talk, but everyone else has to read the text, right? But part of it, like for example, like tonight, why am I streaming instead of just building the bricks, just to build the bricks, right? Well, it's because I'm actually, I want to put all these recordings together and build like a time-lapse video of it being built. And I was thinking about it earlier. I was like, well, I could just record myself, right? Because like on the time-lapse video, it's not like it's not gonna be audio, right? I could have just sat here and built it, but again, there is some enjoyment of having conversation with people. I mean, the flip side of that is also, if I did just did recording in my Lego without audio, right? Cause, this is why I was doing that. It would be, like I say, for time lapse. I could have put a movie on or something, but although the funny thing is actually when I build Lego, I don't watch the TV as much as you would think. I do kind of stick with the building more. Also, or I get a decent mix. So a couple weeks ago, I was putting together the Razor Crest from the Mandalorian, and I was watching season 1 of The Mandalorian. I was rewatching because that was the Sunday, I think it was, or maybe Saturday. I can't remember. Yeah, I guess it was a Saturday before season 2 was starting. So well, let me rewatch. get refreshed on it. And when I sat down, I intended to do this, but I ended up sitting there building the whole Razor Crest ship and watching all 10 episodes of season 1. Although, let me say, it's only 10 episodes. And they're not... It's actually the thing, they're not that long episodes. I mean, it depends. Like, I think the longest so far is like 53 minutes, right? But most are in the low 40s. This season, there's been some really short ones. There's actually been some complaints about how short they are. Although, the complaints are kind of funny because it's like, well, it was an awesome show, but, or an awesome episode, but, wish it was longer. But in reality, people were actually getting exactly what they wanted out of it. It was just, I mean, I know there's been, well, like the short episode, the real short episode this season. I remember watching it and had a blast watching it. It was a great episode. And then I sat there and, didn't think about it while, as I was watching it, but I sat there, as it was wrapping up. I'm like, wait, how long was it? I don't think I've been sitting here that long. And it was like 33 minutes or whatever. But what I like about it is that they're not, they're not sticking to a format of, well, like a commercial TV. Well, it has to be X number of minutes long, and have X number of minutes of commercials and so forth, right? They're like, oh, we're going to tell our story. Sometimes telling our story requires some more minutes, right? Which, because it's no commercials, right? They can do that. They can have a little bit longer episode. But they can also do, if it only takes 32 minutes to show the episode, or to tell the story, I should say, then it only takes, 32 minutes. I will say, so after tonight, I won't be streaming, Thursday. I shouldn't say. I never say never, right? But I don't think I'll be streaming Thursday because I'll probably be pretty wiped out. Because I'll be cooking all day Thursday. I might stream Friday. I will be streaming Taylor and Code Friday, right? Which is the reason why I say I might stream this like before Taylor and Code, right? Like maybe in the afternoon. Well, I'm gonna see. Well, I know my wife's gonna want to go shopping. I'm gonna kind of. I do want to go to the Lego store. I want to get the Coliseum. But I kind of want to just go to the mall just for that and then leave. But part of the reason I bring those all up, or I'll most likely be streaming Saturday, and that's I'm gonna probably schedule. I'll probably schedule like one day a week for sure streaming, and then and then ad hoc at that, right? So I say it's not normal that I'm free on a Tuesday, but if I am, that would be an ad hoc one. All that to say, Friday or Saturday, depending on when I stream. I'll click on the wrong place. Probably put this down for a moment, right? For a stream, because we'll do. I've got a Actually, I have a Christmas wreath and a Christmas tree that I need to build. My wife, I don't know if she's finished. I probably should know that better, but she has been decorating the house. So but that would be part of it, right? Having a Lego wreath and a Lego tree. The tree's like this big. The wreath's about probably about that big. It looks like. Looks neat. Actually, the tree I might take into the office, and that'll be my Christmas decoration for the year. Well, and actually, if I do get the Coliseum Friday, one of the freebies is actually another Christmas tree. It's a different shape. That's the in-store only deal, right? You know, if you spend $40, you get that. Yeah, I go pick the Coliseum, I'll just be spending more than $40. These. These two. And like I meant, this would be one of these where, because of so many steps, that building 4 at a time actually might actually make sense. I mean, you really can't because of the well, I guess I could have dumped all 4 bags. I'm not going to do that though. Not now, at least. Oh, maybe we'll see. Maybe for the other 2 of these, maybe I'll build the other 2 together. No. Not that it probably matters. Well, it does to give us stability. That goes there. Color-wise, it wouldn't matter. Although you don't see this. This is... You know, it's part of the reason why they'll use different colors. Because you don't actually see it in the end. And so they'll use the colors to kind of help with the instructions. Uh-oh, we got Christmas music playing. Supposed to be no Christmas music till Thanksgiving. But I'm too far away because it's on the main computer. Don't get me wrong, I like Christmas music, but I do have a thing that Christmas music should be after Thanksgiving, at least after Thanksgiving dinner. Okay. Because sure enough, I used to, I've done this, it's been probably 10 years. I used to really decorate outside. I mean, like, tons of lights. And I would actually work throughout November putting up all the lights. And then the goal every year was to be able to light the outside, you know, after dinner. haven't done that in a while. I know, Sean, are you a really, you put a whole lot of Christmas decorations? Actually, I'd love to actually get back to putting out a whole lot. Just no. Well, I enjoy it. Well, let me rephrase this. I enjoy having the lights out. I don't know if I could say I really enjoyed putting them up. I think the first couple of years I did, but I definitely got to the point where it was more of a chore. But I really liked, having them all up. But again, it's just been the point. It's just been so busy every year, right? It just wasn't going to happen. Commercialization and extreme stuff. I don't know if I would call it commercialization. I mean, I know some would, but I like all the lights. I think they're pretty. But sure enough, we got to the point where basically the only thing we put up, for the most part, I mean, we'll put some lights outside, but a little bit of lights outside, and then we do have the whole the plastic molded. It's not, there's a name for it, but the plastic molded nativity scene. We will do that. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. That's kind of how it's been in my house the last couple of years. Is I bring everything down from upstairs. I mean, actually, the last several Thanksgiving, my daughter has done the decorations, while she was home for Thanksgiving. Like her and her boyfriend. But again, she's not, she's not here, and she's not seeing that guy anymore. So. Which is, it sounds bad, but almost a shame because I need, I might be moving my desk upstairs and that thing is heavy, and it would be nice to have the boyfriend still around. And when I say that, I mean he was a, he was what should we call it? Line snapper for U of L, you know, and easily could have been a lineman. I mean, he kind of, you know, he had the skills for that. That's the reason why he did that more than being a line, you know, straight lineman. But in other words, a big boy. There we go. That's why today I was looking at you up take stuff upstairs. I say this stuff is, it's a big old desk. I got a quote from a mover today. Luckily, you can do it completely online. And yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, basically, what they ended up telling me was that it would either, you know, be between exactly. Actually, I tell you, you know, that reminds me, I need to look. I'm going to need to make a decision pretty soon. We're supposed to have another Marine Corps reunion, I forget when, February or March, which I don't know if I'm ready to be traveling just yet, to be honest with you, you know, because obviously the vaccination won't be ready for, you know, I won't be in the category for to get that early. And to be honest with you, it's wrong place. These go over here. It'll be with folks who you know, who are a little bit more anti, you know, who are a little bit anti-mask and all that type of stuff, right? So I don't know. Good guys, but I had a lot of fun. I mean, did it last year. Had a blast, right? So we go to Renton, New Mexico, which is a small little tiny town. There's a reason why I know where when whatchamacallit, when McNarty's mentioned where he's from, I knew exactly where that was because you drive past that to get to Renton. Renton's so small. It does have a little private airport, but you know, I don't have that kind of money. All right, like you have to land at like Detroit or not Detroit. What am I saying? That wouldn't work very well. You have to land at like Denver or Tucson or Albuquerque, and then drive, and like no matter which airport you drive from, it's like three and a half hours. Oh, it was a good little drive. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I knew something wasn't right. Oh, I actually didn't realize they were all logged in. I do have different accounts for different things. Come on. Why is that not going there right? What did I not do right here? Oh. All right, there we go. Right in front of me. Whoops, that was good. Now make sure I line this up right, because there, like this. So I messed it up the last time around. Nope. Oh. These, wait, what is? Oh, I'm starting to do the wrong step. Now I need those two, and these two, and these two. Oh. Cylinders, very good for staying in place. I see Sapits. That's what we rated the other night. I see he's on again. I actually really enjoyed his stream. I stayed on there for quite a while afterwards. And then actually I even when I went upstairs, I put it on the TV even and watched a little more on the TV. Oh, I don't. Well, that should be working by default. Why is uptime not working? I wonder if I'm supposed to. I didn't think I had the programmed uptime. And I think I have. Hold on a second, because now you got me wondering. Maybe I don't have... Come on, why enter? There we go. No, I need to make Stream Elements a mod. No, and Sean, I just saw your private message. That is freaking awesome. Congrats. Yeah, I would just say, I mean, I started a little bit after 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock Eastern. Of course, obviously, with that being said, you know, hope she stays safe. You know, it's a well. I forgot. Yeah, I don't have the. So Scott, I thought I made. Well, here we fix that. So if we, I don't know if I mod Stream Elements. So there now. And it might take it longer. Because I just put Stream Elements in there. It should, I forget what all I have to turn on in Stream Elements. I thought that was kind of automatic. Yeah, but I thought it'd be mod to do something. I know it has to be, well, let's take a look here. Let's do, it might be I just have to turn on the chat bot. I don't remember. Let's see here. Let's see if I can. So if we go to bot, modules, well, this has changed a little bit, that's for sure. Chat commands. Now let's see. No, the channel was already in there. That was already done. It probably needs to be reset because I just checked. That is turned. The uptime is turned on for sure. Sometimes you have to. Yeah, because it's on, but sometimes, and I forgot what you exactly have to do. There's a help article about it. You have to... Where was it you do that? Oh, no, here we go. I probably have to click this big activate button. That's probably what I had to do. And then, now, yeah, there we go. Yeah, it helps if I... There's a big activate button right on the front screen that I hadn't pushed. All right. Where am I at? I think I've screwed something up here. These shouldn't be in here. Why did I put those on there? I don't know. I'm making up steps now. No, these were supposed to go here. That's... Yeah, activate. Well, I tell you what, that reminds me. So, hold on a second. Let me see if I can find the name of this channel again real quick. There is, let's see here. Not finding. Oh, you know, if I go to my looking at YouTube, looking for a channel on YouTube real quick. Oops, and I don't want to actually play it because I'm worried that I would get. So look up. Let's see here. Just a second here. Because this computer, I'm not logged into hardly anything. What is going on? Okay. Yeah, there we go. So let me share this, copy that. So I would definitely say, and that activate comment reminded me of this. So, so this video I just shared, it's a Samara Ginsburg, right? And she's a cellist, and she does covers of like theme songs and everything, but she'll do it like in like 8 parts or 10 parts, and she's playing all 10 parts, right? And she records them individually, puts them together, everything. Really good videos. But the one she published was it yesterday, I guess, or not today, was Battle of the Planets. And I remember as a kid, I remember watching Battle of the Planets, and now I so badly want to find it, right? It is not available on Prime or anything. I need to look at like all the other things. Where I don't see these pieces I'm looking for. Well, this is odd. Make sure I'm on the right step. Yeah, I'm on the right step. I should have like the L shaped, and I can't find them. Oh, they're right here. I couldn't find them because look, they were like that, right? So I didn't notice that it was 2 separate pieces. All right, there we go. So I'm looking for this. This is why I always say, some people will get frustrated because they quickly think that they're missing a piece, and I'm like, look a little bit more. Lego actually does not usually miss pieces. Now, grant you, they are really good when they do. but they don't normally miss a piece. It's normally like stuff like that where I can't see it, even though right there in front of me, because you know, the orientation is in. Or usually, you screwed something up and you accidentally used it for another, you know, a earlier step. And like I said, the weirdest I've seen is I had the starter story I put together. You know, it had pieces in the wrong bag, but it wasn't like sequential bags. It was several bags apart. Well, these cylinder pieces, they are just trying to fall off the. Sure enough, that's what we're going to work on tomorrow on the coding stream. Still can't believe I'm going to do what I said I wasn't going to do. And I'm going to write a bot. I'm working a bot for. Well, I have a couple of purposes for it, but one of the purposes is to keep track of pieces that fall during the Lego streams. Because stuff that I can have a little bit of fun with. And actually, I'm gonna then mix that in with mix it with an Azure function and use durable entities. And I was talking about this at the end of last night, and then because I need to write an article next month. A blog article, and I think that's what my topic is going to be, is building a bot in C# using Azure functions. That should be, because I mean the point of those the Avid C# thing, is to have a little bit of fun with it, right? You know what I mean. I got a month. Literally, I have a month. It's December 24th. Tell you what. Let's see who gets who finishes first, the book or the article. That was a little bit low of me. Yeah, except for my problem is I write too much. That's the reason why I don't blog a whole lot. Is when I write articles, I just write too much. I need, if I'm not going to commit to picking up more blog articles next year, but if I was, they're still, What I need to do, I need to get better at splitting them apart, right? It's okay to write a long blog article, just split it apart, right? And make it multiple parts. Your mind goes blank. That's my problem. My mind won't stop. Okay, something's still not right here. This should be, that is, no. I don't know how much difference it makes. So these bricks, you can see one is a vertical and the other is a horizontal slants. And I don't know how much it matters, but I figured because they definitely have a pattern going here, I figure it does. I think it's to give it some contrast. I definitely messed that up, so I was trying to fix that. Oh, well, I mean, with that being said, I have to really be into it. It's just when I start, I have a hard time stopping. Getting started, for me, getting started's the hard part. And then even harder is to stop. All right? No, I don't know. Not that I'm saying I wouldn't help out, but I don't know how good I am at that part. The organizing part. Again, at least writing what I have written, I usually just write. I usually just write and then reorganize. I mean, kind of like how you code, right? And that's probably why I do it. I'll just write a bunch. I'll write a whole lot, and then I'll go back and reorganize things. I will say, you're talking about when I stop streaming. One of the I still need to figure out if when I go to the office tomorrow. It is my scheduled day to go to the office, but like I said, no one will be there, so no one's going to notice if I don't go. But admittedly, part of the reason why I want to go is because the dog drove me crazy today. I don't know what was up with him today. So normally, well, I kind of know, but normally, I get up. If I'm working from home, I'll get up. Get myself ready. He and I will come downstairs. We'll go outside. He'll take care of his business, and then. A lot of times I don't even see him until the afternoon, right? Because he goes to the couch and just crashes all day. Well, I say, it's about the afternoon because it'll be when I go grab my lunch, when I go make, go to the kitchen and grab lunch because then he wants my food. But today, he just wouldn't leave me alone. Just so, so I told him, he'd be a pain in the butt today. That's part of the reason why I might go to the office tomorrow. I do got to remember, if I do that, I got to check code in since I was working on my desktop today. Not that there's that much on the desktop, because most everything I was doing was actually inside of Azure today. Matter of fact, I could resurrect the little bit of code I wrote in about 10 minutes. I didn't really make it that far. There we go. It doesn't. Oh. Let's put this down first. I say that doesn't level out there. Now I will say part of the reason why I might not go to the office, because during my lunch I might actually do some prep work for Thanksgiving as part of my lunch break. I need to make ice cream tomorrow. I'm making pumpkin ice cream. Did it last year. It came out really nice. Holding the chair down. Oh, Sean, I just, fiddling my earphones reminded me. You didn't notice the lack of a cord. I actually upgraded my headset. No, these are the Steel Series. So really nice. But the point is it's got a base that actually can plug into the GoPro. I mean that's the hard. That was the whole hard part. That was the reason why I had the wire. Was for the GoPro. So, one of the things that I really did like those Coens. I've been wearing these all day, and they've been comfortable. The Coens were a little more comfortable. Oh, cool. Got you got your Stennies coming in. Yeah, so, yeah, I was saying, so the Coens are a little bit more comfortable than these. Not to say these aren't comfortable, but the Coens definitely were a little bit more comfortable. But with that being said, as I was actually I got them over the weekend. I just finally got around today and setting them up. But I'm going to keep those Coens for, once I start traveling again. Those will be my travel headsets. Which will be nice because I'll actually have a nice, headset to take with me. Well, I shouldn't say I haven't. Actually, it sounds bad. It sounds like I didn't have a nice one. I did have a nice one, but they wore out. The pads are just... nice pair of Sonys, but the pads were just, just had it, And the nice thing about those Coens, and that was one of the reasons why I was looking for them, because, they do work so well plugged in. So, because, like the plane, you can't, as a general, doing the wireless doesn't work as well. Yes, sir. That's exactly what I got. So, you can see there's the receiver. It's pretty nice. And the transmitter sitting on the main desk. Getting the Black Friday? Oh, don't tell me they're on sale on Black Friday. I'd be so upset. Because I definitely didn't get these on sale. That'd be about my luck, though. Yeah, that is a nice part. It's got both the Wi-Fi and the... Yes. Well, this is... Yeah. This is one of the few that actually works on the GoPro. And that's... You know, one of the reasons... I mean, that's the... I mean, not one... That's the reason why I got it. It's because it actually works on the GoPro. I mean, that's... I think the hard part about the GoPro is because, you know... You're supposed to be able to, and I don't think it's the GoPro's fault, but, you know, the workaround is to, you know, take the, you know, there is a USB out, right? Or no, not the USB out. There is a USB out, or no, there's USB in. But you are supposed to, like, hold on a second, I need to, yeah. Or, let me rephrase that. All right, well, let's see what you got here. So these look nice, but yeah, see, the problem is this is just the difference is that these don't have they don't have a base station, right? So they're just a wireless, right? Which, I mean, I'm not saying that in a bad way, right? So whereas these, I mean, basically, and I can show it more tomorrow, but it's got a little base station, and I plug that into the GoPro, not the GoPro, the Go XLR. And so in the end, that's how I, how I can get this working. But I was... Saturday night was basically the last straw. I tripped over them so many times Saturday, and I was like, doing the Lego stream. All right, that's enough of this. I just can't take this anymore. This doesn't really look 100% right to me. It's not. I don't think there was this many left over. I somehow screwed this up. So you got the base, a row of all clear, 1, 2, 1, 2, like that. All right, well, I can't, I'm having a hard time getting this off, but you know what? I can actually use this in a minute. So let's see here. Hold on, okay. You got this, and you got a row of clear, 1, 1, oh, 1, 1, 1, and then that. No, hold on. I definitely messed this up. Yeah. These are not coming off as easily. There we go. Oh, I've got that over here. No, that was from the next step. Okay. So we had the row of all clear, and then we got white, clear, white. Okay. Then we're going to do clear, white, clear. That was number 4. Number 5 is all clear. And then a white. Clear white. And then a white. And then a clear. And 2 angle ones. Yeah, there we go. No, okay, I already did that part. 2 of these. I will say this is, it's this part of the kits where it's a little bit boring, right? I mean, it's just kind of like we're not, it was cool seeing, seeing this the first time, right? But now it's like, oh, okay, just trying to get through it. That's what, man, what time is it? It's 10:50. Goodness gracious. This takes time to put these together. Yeah, no, I'm not 100% sure I might get these 4 pieces done tonight. Oops. Which is why, whether tonight or next time, I think the next 2 that I got, because I got to do this 2 more times, I think I'm doing those at the same time. This thing will be. Again, I'm not in it for speed builds. You'll see people who do that, right? They'll do the speed builds, but that's not really what, But like I said, this is a little bit monotonous. All right. which is what worries me a little bit about that Coliseum, because it's going to be a lot like that too. That there. Okay. Like that. Like I meant that, well, honestly, the one thing about going on 11 o'clock, and this is what I got to think about. One of the things I was going to try to do was actually look up a little bit more about the Twitch API and look a little bit at the Twitch lib a little more, you know, to prep for tomorrow night's stream. Oops, I've done it wrong place. Actually, I was watching someone's video, which it's kind of funny. He's kind of not the best presenter, but he actually gets the point across. And talking about the Twitch lib, and here's what I thought. You know, like I started going through his video again. Yeah, my next project is gonna be the Twitch API. But because it's me, I'm also going to do I'm going to do Azure Functions with it, and I'm sure we'll put some other Azure stuff into it. Well, Scott, so the funny thing is I said when I started streaming, I said the one thing I didn't want to do, you know, because especially then, you were just seeing so many streams, you know, where people were just building Twitch bots, and I was like, I really Blazor assignments. Yeah, I need to do some Blazor stuff. Actually, I'm gonna probably be doing some. So here's the thing. I mean, talking about Blazor, I'm gonna write some Blazor for prototypes for work, and I thought about doing that on the stream, basically building this prototype, because the prototype, I got to be careful, right? Because obviously, you know, I don't want to expose, you know, work secrets and all that kind of stuff. But the prototype, at least the way I've been building it so far, I mean, there's no. I'm not using real customers. You know, I made up customer names, and I'm keeping it pretty simple because it's really more of a structure issue, you know, concern than it is a actual functionality. But it would have been nice because I would have done some more Blazor in the stream, because I am going to do part of this prototype using Blazor. Because I think... Alright, so I'm trying to decide. Yeah, I'm going to keep on marching on. I was trying to decide whether to move forward or not, but I am going to move forward. I'd like to get this done. Well, not the whole Taj Mahal, but these 4 pieces, right? There's 7. And here's 8. And sure enough, I am gonna do the thing where I'm gonna do these together. Wait a second. Okay. It's just the way how the pieces are laid out there. They look enough different that I was getting confused there. Come on. That's pretty good. I mean, are you doing Blazer because you want to do Blazer, or is the instructor have you doing Blazer? I mean, if your instructor's having you doing Blazer, that's awesome. That's not normally you see. Or schools changed in the last just couple of years. I don't mean my time. I mean in the last couple of years. That is really good to see. You're lucky. You really are, because honestly, so many instructors just kind of stick with, with older, quote unquote, well-known, methods and everything, which is great, except for, you don't have all the latest knowledge, right? You're lacking stuff. I have a friend, he's not an instructor, he's not a professor anymore. Well, he wasn't a full professor, he was an adjunct professor, but he was doing the similar thing, right, where he was teaching the kids, the recent stuff, along with the fundamentals, right? And part of it because he was an adjunct professor, and so, his day job was, he was an architect. It was his day job. And I remember he was an architect working on my team, and so he would help me hire people. So he knew, what we were looking for in people, and what we weren't seeing, like at the same school at the same university, the science or the engineering school. Right? They were pumping out kids that I really couldn't use much of because they didn't have the skills that we needed. Well, and they didn't want to, right? They were like, "Oh, we don't want to work on those credit applications." Well, these credit applications pay the bills. I mean, I remember having a conversation with some students one time, working on their computer science degrees, and they were telling me, "Oh, .NET's, it's not, what were they telling me? Not that it was a kid language, but they were like, oh, it's not, Java's where it is, that's, of course I was like, well, not to say you can't find any Java work in Louisville, but there's a lot fewer of them, right? Because this is a Microsoft town, right? Yeah, and the response is, well, that's fine. They're like, we don't want to stay here in Louisville. We want to go out west and work for for the FANG companies. Which I was like, well, here's the thing to understand about that. That's great. Have fun. Just realize those nice big paychecks are not really that big when you start paying for cost of living now in California. I know there's another one of these. For the life, man, let's see the other one. There's supposed to be two of these. Oh, here it is. Alright, let's see. Hold on. I'm ahead of myself here. I'm going to say, well, let's see what it's like to build two of these at the same time. But actually, let me sort all these out. So Sean, I was just thinking. So your existing top wasn't going to work, because I know you were thinking about trying to use your existing top for your new desk. Yeah, sure enough, I'm sure he's multitasking. He must be either that, or he just doesn't want to answer my question. Darn it. I tried to catch it. These cylinders are a pain. Tell you what, put the cylinders up on this thing. Well, maybe they won't. What'd you miss? No, I was just asking. You were talking about you got your. You were saying how you got your desk base and top. And the other day you were talking about trying to use your existing desk top. So I was asking, so that wasn't going to work? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. That's the way to do it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, so honestly, in the end, you'll probably be happier anyways because you know, everything will be new. You know, the desk will be all new. Falling apart, yeah. Hold on a second. I want to see what that weather alert was. Oh, my phone's all the way over here. Oh, you know, I just realized I didn't take pictures of the individual bags. I guess I'll just take a picture of all four together. I forgot. I even had the phone over here so that I could take the pictures of those. But I would say, yeah, this reminds me of one of the reasons why it might be good for me to just stay at home anyways. It's going to be raining and windy tomorrow. It's going to be like gust in the 40s tomorrow. Which, I mean, spent time in Miami, so 40-mile winds aren't really, you know, in Miami that's not that bad. But here, that's quite a bit, especially with my little car. My little car got blown all over the place. This is not really true. My little car's so close to the ground. Probably will stick to the road better than other cars. But I mean, it's because I just remember it's supposed to be. There we go. Didn't drop it. Caught it with my big old belly. It's actually, I just remember, I think it's supposed to be raining like when I'd be going into the office. I think I'm pretty much talking myself not going in the office more. Sure enough, I have to walk about 300 feet outdoors from the garage to the building. It's one of those. It's nice we have garage parking. It's free, right? You know, downtown garage parking. But like I say, you have to, you know, a couple hundred feet. You have to walk from the, you know, when you walk out of the garage to the office building. So I was about to say, yeah. You know, one problem with doing two different bags at the same time is a lot of bricks on the desk, right? So it's getting a little bit bad, a little bit hard sorting it. But actually, I think this is not even as much as some of the earlier sets were, because I mean, some of those bags had like 4 or 5 main bags and then small bags inside of them. Oh. Go away, bot. You know, Scott, the funny thing is so did the first stream Saturday evening, and not even 5 minutes after clicking the start stream button, we had one of the famous bots come up to us, post, and I'm like, oh my goodness, come on. I was kind of thinking like, well, it's like kind of funny that they're how quickly they find your channels. But of course, they're just looking for any channel that's broadcasting. And I guess people actually click on those, since granted, it doesn't really cost anything to run those bots, right? But you think people wouldn't, spend their time running them if they weren't actually getting something out of it, right? Well, I don't know about you all, but yeah, and I forget if I have that turned on or not. I have to check, because I know, unless it's turned on the default, I know I don't have it set here, because like I still, right now this channel is still pretty basic. I still need to kind of arrange that kind of settings, right? But yeah, I mean, you would actually think that would be the default. Maybe. Which you also would think it would be the default that you couldn't send a message until you confirmed your mail. You know, I mean, that seems pretty straightforward too, right? Let's say I'm getting very crowded here. Some space here, move some stuff. But I would say so one of the, I don't have a whole lot of YouTube channels I subscribe to, but one of them I subscribe to, it's a Minty's comic or something, but basically he does like 10 things you didn't know about, you know, a movie, usually a movie, sometimes a TV show, but the one he published today was 10 things you didn't know about Bob Ross. And that was pretty cool to see that one, you know. Being that, I don't know if I ever, I mean, I know I've seen Bob Ross, but I don't know if I ever like sat down and watched a Bob Ross episode. Well, I'm going to say, I probably could have done a better job of sorting these, but this is going to be a little bit difficult putting together two of these at the same time. It's because I have just a little small workspace available after sorting all these. Yes, he does have a Twitch stream. Yeah, I tell you, the one thing, you know, not to spoil you go find the YouTube video, which is 10 things you didn't know about Bob Ross. All right. But one of the things, he was never paid for those shows. He did them for free. Now I will say it was kind of interesting because the explanation on the YouTube channel was that they were free because it was on public TV and everything. Well, not. I was like, well, just because it's on public TV doesn't mean you don't get paid to be on there. And then basically he made his money through like selling art supplies with, marketed with his name and such on it. So I definitely thought that was an interesting fact out of there. Kind of funny doing this, of course you got to double up the measurements, right? And, it's kind of like cooking, right? I guess I didn't realize his wife died before him. Yeah, he died like 95. He talked about, well, the other interesting part was he would, so again, I definitely never watched enough to realize, watch the shows enough to realize this, but so for each episode, he would do 3 paintings, right? So one was done before the episode, and it was basically like the reference piece. Okay, what have I done here? I'm definitely missing. And then apparently he would do. I got a little bit confused. He would do 2 on the show because one was more complicated. But the big deal was it was half-hour episodes, and he always finished the picture, and apparently, or the portrait, and apparently that's part of the thing. Was sometimes he was getting behind. He actually had to rush up, and apparently would make comments himself. How he had to rush up and finish up. But what was really neat was they were talking about. He would, so he kept him to 30 minutes, right? So for each episode, he would actually record a whole season's worth of episodes in 2 days. I mean, that is insane. And I guess if you're not getting paid for it, get it all done real quickly, right? So you can move along. I mean, I don't know how many. So on PB, well, now I'm kind of curious. Let's see here. IMDb. Well, I can't get IMDb to come up right now. Because I was going to look up, like, how many... For him, IMDb is not coming up. I'm going to look up, like, how many episodes were in a season. But you got to figure... Yeah, Austin uses the production crew, exactly. But you got to figure that there's at least 12 episodes in a season, right? So even just doing 12 in 2 days, that's 6 a day, half hour each, right? The big deal about making sure they fit it, that they were a half hour, but still, You know, there was the painting done before the episode. And maybe he did those more in advance. I don't know. I didn't talk too much about that, but still, it's no way how you cut it. That's just amazing to hear. He could finish, you know. I'll do those in a moment. He could do the whole season in 2 days. I only want 2 of these. I mean that is. Like I say, that is actually really good use of your... Oh, here's why I needed this too. Of your crew and... There's a reason why I need those. And he would have been good in software development, right? You know, getting work done and efficient use of the team. There we go. These, those, and 4 of these. Like I say, doing 2 of these at a time is a good thing. Maybe trying to do 4 at a time, that might have been a little bit much. Especially with desk space use. You got, or is this just where we're showing it? Oh, cool. Whoa, wait. I first just saw the dartboard piece. Wow, you got all that for free? Although admittedly, well, it's only got 1 rating. The 1 rating is not is a 1-star rating. I always like reading the ones. I always like reading the 1-star reviews, especially when there's like only one, you know. So your couches won't be there till mid-January. Yeah, that's apparently that's the thing right now with furniture. So between people being home more and stimulus money, or not stimulus, but COVID money. It sort of was stimulus money, but apparently a lot of people, a lot of furniture was sold this year. And so, so a lot of the furniture stores are low in stock. And so we have a new bedroom, or we purchased a new bedroom set. We actually don't know when we're going to get it. They're like, well, our best guess is March. And we ordered it 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. And we don't really know when we're going to get it. But it's exactly what my wife wanted. And that's all that matters. Yeah. What it boils down to is that they're out, and more importantly, it's just not scheduled to be, for more manufacturing. It's not discontinued. It's just, they can only produce so much stuff, right? Because on top of it, the other part is a lot of the, a lot of the manufacturing facilities are being affected by the pandemic. Having to reduce numbers and, working together and everything. But, it was funny because, we went to several places, and it's Ashley Furniture, right? We didn't buy it from the Ashley Furniture store because it's, the crazy part is, don't buy Ashley Furniture from the Ashley Furniture store. You spend way too much money, all right? Find these, these local stores or like, we bought a lot of stuff from like, the one we shop is Louvre Overstock Furniture Overstock, whatever the name of it is, which there's, there's similar ones all over the country. You get so much better of a deal. But yes, Ashley's really good furniture. I highly recommend it. It's very good quality. We've over the last 6 or 7 years, we've been replacing furniture. And I think everything we've replaced with has been Ashley, and it's been really nice stuff. It looks nice, and it's just, really well made. But it's funny. We're in the, again, we're just, we're in one little. We'd already went to the outlet store that we bought quite a bit of furniture from. And their deliveries were so. On top of it, they didn't really look like the girl checking us out really knew what she was doing. Although, and my wife said, "Oh, I bet they actually have it," and I'm like, "No," 'cause she did talk to the manager, right, to make sure that she was reading it right. And but when we went to the other store, which we hadn't bought stuff from, we had looked at it before. But we went in there. Oh, I need 4 more of those. The guy was he started trying to sell us something else because he looked up what we asked for, right, and he was looking how long of a lead time it would be, and so he started looking at other things. And but even that, we were gonna have to wait. It wasn't like it was available right then and there. But it was gonna be like 6 weeks instead of who knows, instead of 12 weeks, right? Or more. But I was kind of like, well, we've been sleeping in the same bed for 20 years. A couple more months won't hurt us. But we did buy a new we bought new bed sheets because we saw that we liked, and I should say my wife likes them. I'm not that crazy about them, but they're okay. Got a really good deal on those, but I told her, well, let's just wait to use this until the new furniture comes, because why put the new stuff on the old furniture? It's not grabbing up. All right, so here's where we're going to build that little tower thing. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2, 4, 6, 8. There we go. 28 of those. But like I say, I really like Ashley Furniture. I do recommend it. Just they're don't buy from the Ashley Furniture store. There is absolutely, I have not seen any benefit of buying it from them. The other stores, they get them from Ashley. They're actually using the same systems. As a matter of fact, and so we didn't even realize this. So when we were in the Overstock place, which, like I said, we've bought a bunch of stuff from them, and they had the kiosk set up. Actually, a nice little kiosk system they had, and we were looking through that and everything. And when we went over to the other store a couple of days later, where we eventually bought the stuff, it had the same kiosk. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Well, the kiosk is actually an Ashley kiosk, all right? And there we go. That wasn't level. It was like when we went, in that store, they were actually showing the Ashley, the prices you would pay if you went to the Ashley store. And oh my goodness, it was just, so basically the bed set we bought, try to remember, I don't even remember what we paid for it. And I don't remember what the price was, but it was, I'll say we paid almost half, right? So, and then the awesome part was, my wife did a bunch of overtime work, and that's what she wanted to do with it, right? She wanted to buy the new bedroom set, and I was, she was like, "Is it okay?" And I'm serious, like, it's your money, you're the one who worked all that overtime, all right? And her job's not easy, right? So. And lots of overtime, because like I said, we bought a whole bedroom set. And by that I mean, headboard, footboard, rails, dresser, chest, and the 2 nightstands. We did not get a mirror because actually the way how our bedroom's set up, we don't use them. If we the mirror would actually cover up our big window, so that wouldn't make sense. It's one of those things. The room has a lot of windows in it, which makes it look really pretty. but makes it a little bit hard for getting furniture in there. Now, for a long time, we actually, where that is, we put our bed, all right, and so, you know, and that worked, but we really never liked it because, I mean, like I said, it still covered up a good part of the window. Go. Okay. And now we build the centerpiece here. So yeah, we'll start with 3 of these. Oh, wow, sorry, 11:45. Darn it. That was good because that was a clear piece. You know, as I was going down, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be hard to find this. It was actually really easy to find it, but still. Either I counted it wrong or I've got, well, in fact, there was only one piece left. I must have counted wrong or grabbed too many at one point. Something is not level because the middle piece wasn't going in. There we go. All right, and then we kind of felt like Billy Madison, or not Billy Madison. I forgot the character's name, but the other, the Adam Sandler movie with the golf ball. You know, get in your hole. tomatoes. Those, we're going to need 2 of these and 4 of these. I was just talking about the furniture. I got to think of what I'm going to get my wife for. I am missing. So I gotta think what I'm gonna get my wife for Christmas. I don't really know. Gotta admit, I'm kind of stuck for ideas this year. Have to start thinking about that. Funny thing is, you know, one of the ideas is one of those things that's supposed to be horrible to get, but she really wants it, and it's what do they call it? The robot vacuum cleaner. She really likes those things. Roomba. And I know it sounds like, the absolute wrong thing to get your wife, but, a vacuum cleaner, but it's actually, like I say, it's something she actually wants. So I don't know. Trying to think of something better than that. With an apron. No, see, the thing is, I mean, actually, my wife's a good cook, but I'm the cook in the house. Well, she cooks more often than I do, but I'm the one who does all the fancy cooking. And actually have a really nice apron. All right. Let's see. Well, see, yeah, that's the reason why I'm saying I don't think so, but at the same rate, it's what she really wants. So I don't know. So I actually trying to remember what I got last year. I remember now that last year I got her a trip to the Philippines, but then that got all screwed up. I mean, when I say all got screwed up, she did go to the Philippines, but it didn't work out the way I was supposed to. Thanks to COVID. What were we supposed to do with that? 2 birds at the same time in the same oven? Ooh, that's going to be the hard part, doing it in the same oven, right? You're going to end up, I don't know how big your oven is, I don't know how big the birds are, but you're going to end up crowding that, a bit. Think about when you cook, and I'm not always the best at doing this, but, you don't want to crowd the food because it actually doesn't distribute the heat as well as it should. But I'm going to be trying a new. I'm going to be trying a new technique and recipe. Number one, I was shocked when I heard the rest time. So they're talking like a 2.5 hour rest time. And I was, oh my goodness, that is a long time to rest a turkey. But part of the point is they're like, well, but the comment was, well, you don't. It doesn't have to be piping hot because you're serving it with hot gravy. But then so the turkey is going to be really tired. Yeah. Well, sure enough, when I say, I was watching Gordon Ramsay and he was talking about it, and he was saying that the first time he cooked Christmas dinner, which was turkey, for the chefs, where he worked, they told him that you had to rest the bird as long as you cooked it. He's like, well, I cooked it for 3 hours, so I rested it for 3 hours. And he talked about how the flavor was just amazing, right? Because it gave it time for all the juices to set back in. So I don't know if I'm gonna have it sit for 2.5 hours. Number one, I don't think my wife is gonna stand for that. No matter what time I start, no matter what time I take it out of the oven, I don't know if she's gonna wait that long. But what was really cool about this, this technique. So you make a butter, it's almost like a truffle butter, and then you actually loosen the skin from the turkey. You don't separate the skin, right? So you still want the skin to be, part of the turkey. But you reach your hand in, you really, you kind of pull it out enough, and then you stuff this butter inside, in between the skin and the meat. And then you put the butter also on top, right? Which I've done something similar. Not butter. I've done like oils. See, I'm looking forward to this, right? This should be a really good. That's essentially, yeah. Well, see, that's why maybe I'm going to have a better tasting turkey than you are. All right, what is wrong with this one? Oh, I do have this wrong. And then sure enough, one of my weaknesses with cooking, right, is I've never been good at making gravy. I don't know what it is. I just never have really gotten gravy to turn out. I'm going to try again this year. And again, I was watching Gordon Ramsay, how he was making this gravy, and definitely a completely different technique. Need to buy you a drink first. But this turkey gravy, there's a turkey gravy. The recipe and the technique is something different than I've ever done with the gravy. So I'm really hoping for the gravy to come out. Although, when I went to the store the other day to buy everything for Thanksgiving dinner, I bought a jar of turkey gravy just in case. Yeah, I'll be making So roasted turkey. Turkey gravy. I'm going to be making actually I'm making a new sweet potato recipe I haven't made before. Well, I said it was new. Just noticed I did this wrong again. Actually, hold on a second. I think I've messed something up. No. No, but these should be right here. So, okay, where was I? I was on 95. We put mayonnaise all over the bird and put it in the bag. Cook for many hours, slice up, and enjoy how juicy it is. I would just say I haven't done that before. I normally put like I put like an olive oil and then season it well. Like I said, my turkeys are usually pretty juicy. I mean, the big trick is to not overcook it, right? I mean, that's something that people, like my wife, makes a mistake all the time. Is just, thinking, like my wife. I mean, so her thing is, like with steak, she doesn't like, she likes it well done, and she thinks that everything has to be cooked like that, right? I'm like, oh, no. Well, number one, steak shouldn't be well done to begin with. That's a whole nother story. Darn it. But yeah, like I said, I saw this recipe and like I said, I just really liked what it looked like, and so we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. Tell you more on Friday. And actually, sure enough, since my daughter won't be able to come home for this week, I'll probably post pictures on Facebook. So I mean, Sean, I know you're following me on Facebook, so I should be posting some pictures to see how this thing turns out. So I would say, so what did I say? I said, we'll have turkey, we'll have the gravy. I'm doing so it's interesting. I've made the same yam recipe for years. To the point, actually, I get asked for it. But I decided to do something different this year. Too much negativity? I guess I just don't see that much negativity. I mean, I do, but I guess I don't let it get to me as much, I guess. But yeah, so I'm doing it'll be and when you hear the name, you'll know. Well, actually, I forgot the exact name of this, but it's Sweet potatoes, or it's what was it? Candied or bourbon candied sweet potato casserole, or something like that. So imagine why I want to cook this one, right? Oh, talk about the negativity. Hold on a second. Let's see this email. Oh, I keep forgetting my phone's right here. See, I'm used to my phone being on my desk. Although I'm not, Huh. Well, that's interesting. But I gotta admit, I mean, I'm not blind to what you're saying with the negativity, but I guess I just don't think it's as bad as some people say, right? And I'm not saying it is. Maybe it's just my attitude towards it. Or I'll say what which is a sense of negativity, but I see more of it. Well, it is negativity, but like I see a lot of. I just realized the page is still getting cut off here. I just now noticed that. Why? Of course, I mean, I'm like 3 hours in the stream and I'm noticing this, right? That's interesting. Huh. I'm going to have to fool with that later on. I just noticed that half the page isn't showing up. Granted, it's kind of small anyways. Which is like I said, I need to tweak this a little bit more in the layout. Because I like having the instructions showing. I think it's a nice addition to it, right? Except for, like I said, I just noticed that half of it's cut off. What's that pad? Talking about this one? This is the track pad from the whatchamacallit, from the iMac. Alright, hold on a second. Me fooling with this, I made this too small though. Yeah, that's better. Because basically, what's the best use of the iMac is showing up a PDF page. That's about how much use I get out of this iMac. I'm using it to show the PDF of my build instructions. this iMac just sits here, you know. And the bad part is, you know, my daughter was home over the summer. You know, I asked her, you know, because she uses the Mac. She's not a Mac fan, all right. Although I mean, you know, well, it's kind of funny. She's not. It's not really frugal like her mom, but she sort of is. Because like I asked her, I was like, "Well, do you want me to get you a new laptop, you know, so you can have a Windows machine?" She's like, "Oh no, yeah, this one's fine. It's still a good, you know, because some of her machine is still in good condition. Her MacBook she's got." But you know, so when she was home and I was rearranging my desk, I'm like, "Oh, here, do you want to, you know, do you want to use the iMac?" Right? And she's like, "Nah, not really." I set it up. She never set it up in her room. She never. I don't think she ever used it. So sure enough, when I was a while ago, when I was setting up this desk to do these Lego streams, and you know, because while I mean, this is only third of Bricks with Chad. I did at least one. Yeah, just one stream on Taylor and Code with doing bricks. And I decided to keep them separate after that, but so I should better do these first. What was I going to say? Yeah, then that's when I brought the iMac back downstairs. Well, again, you know, going back to the conversation of potentially moving my stuff back upstairs, I am basically thinking that you know, not using the Mac again. You know, so it'll once again just be sitting, which is sort of a shame. But I don't really like it. There's enough different with the Mac that, you know, it's you know, if you are if you are a PC user, you know, just like, no, it's too much. Do what was the smart idea putting those you know, putting these cylinders on top of that container? We don't roll around all over the place. Yeah, sure thing. I will be around, that's for sure. I will say, tip: make sure you remove the, you know, the gizzards and the neck and all that good stuff. I have accidentally cooked the turkey with all that stuff still in the cavity, and as we were carving it up, you know, there it was. I was like, whoops, that's not supposed to be there. That was only once. Although it probably added some flavor to the turkey in all retrospect, right? But like I say, wasn't done intentionally. I gotta admit, I was thinking about this with the step numbers. The trick was like when we got to step 100. Oh wow, we're step 100. Yeah, except when you do it 4 times, right? I mean, so we're at 104. So they start at 83. Goodness. Go to Go to 131. So that's like 120 steps all right here, That's a lot of misleading information. All right, let's see here. Where was this? Right here. I will say, I definitely can't go too much longer. I sit in this chair too much. And this is not a standing desk, so I can't. That's the one thing about this desk here. Oops. I was just thinking as I was putting these pieces on here. I was once watching a Lego stream and talk about how I have to sort out all my pieces, everything. Actually, this guy was one of those too. But then he went to another stream. He would make sure, because and I don't know if you're gonna be able to see this, but every so on every stud it says Lego, all right. He talked about how he makes sure that the words always line up with each other, right? So if I'm putting this down, I mean, so like here, I would have to move this. You can't really see this on the stream. I would actually have to move this white brick around one to line up with this. Well, actually, I don't know if the bottom's lined up. Yeah, the bottom is lined up. I mean, that's this guy apparently, what he was saying is every time. And I'm just doing this one time to show how long this would take. I mean, my goodness. Just to build this little piece, and you saw how long it took me to do that, right? Can you imagine doing that, over and over and over like that? I mean, that was, maybe a bit of a problem. But, at the same rate, I'm like, hey, that's cool. I'm missing a row of these groove things. Because, you know, again, like I said, I mean, it's kind of the cool part about doing Lego, right? You know, it's what makes you happy, right? I mean, for him, that made him happy was to line all those things up like that. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, talk about the gentleman we rated Sunday. You know, and I was thinking about this and I didn't do it. You know, one of the things he put on, you know, one of the tags he put on Twitch was mental health, right? And really, you know, doing I mean, this is part of the reason why I do Lego is for my mental health, right? I mean, it's again the idea of giving me something to do. You know, I don't really. I mean, talk about how I don't sit idle, right? I mean, oh, I see something else I missed here. You know, like I watch TV. You know, I wouldn't say I watch a ton of TV, but I watch enough TV, but even there, you know, this looks right. Something's not right here. Something's not matching up here. Hold on a second. We might have a problem. So before I put those on, hold on a second. Let's see here. Oops. All right, let's take a look. So I think we were missing a row at that point because yeah, you know, well, of course you walked away, but it's a good point. Let's see here. So at this point, there's 4 above the thing. So I've got 4 above all those. Okay. So then we put these on. Oops. All right. I keep on hearing the same music over and over. Here, we'll change to something a little bit different here. I was looking at the titles. The titles aren't... Because sure enough, sometimes the titles will repeat. It's like different variations. It wasn't that. Boy, it was sounding very repetitive. Alright, so this is the trending channel, so we'll see how well this works out. Alright, so now we've got that. And that looks similar to what we're doing. Okay, again, there's 4 pieces. Something's not right. Okay, this. I somehow got something mixed up. I'm trying to figure out where the mix-up is. So there's that. Yeah, I screwed this up. Crap. Well, I really screwed something up here. What time is it? 12:25. I definitely have got a mistake here. And of course, this is the problem about trying to do multiples at one time. See, McNerdy should be so happy, except for I'm not coding. All right, so all right, let's start from like there. Yeah, Nerds definitely has an odd pattern. All right. All right, there we go. So that, I grant you, and I gotta fix this overlay, but so now I'm on step 98. That gets me caught back up to what 98 is that you don't see because you only see 97. Now 99. Add this along with that piece. very little. I mean, I did the tutorial like 2 months ago. All right. And then so I don't know. I mean, I'm just doing a quick search. I'm seeing some things, but I'm not sure. All right, so now we've got that. Sure enough, I did miss a step. I think I missed step number 100 of all steps. There's that. I'll put these on here. So this is probably what the mistake was missing this step here. All right, so there we've got that. Another one on here. All right. Problem with this album, this is actually an album I went to, is that it's got too much talking. Let's try something a little bit different. So this is genre is film and the subgenre is action. All right, so there. Now that's step 100. Now we're going to 101. going to use these. Go right here. All right. It's 101. Oh. Okay. Put this on. Yeah, I think I missed a couple steps here. All right. So that's, no, one more part. All right. So there's 102. Of course, it's funny. I was talking about the Lego streamer who makes sure that words line up. Here I am making sure the patterns are the right, but that's different because that's actually a aesthetic thing, or it's the way it's supposed to be. Well, cool, well, awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna have to remember that because, like I say, so 1, 2, 3, yeah. See, I'm trying to build out a prototype, and I think I'm going to recommend us use laser. Although we'll have to have a discussion about that. All right. So I'll make sure I put these together, right? So that. Okay, yes. So these four are correct. So I put these on, and sure enough, now they're lining up like they should. There we go. So I had to go back several steps, but now we've got it back in line. This is good because I am getting tired, actually. Of course, it's saying that 12:39 at night or morning, whatever you want to call it. All right, and then oops. Tomorrow's your shower day. You know, I think you're joking. I never know. I know people, you know, are like that, right? Where they, you know, like they'll, you know, only wash their hair once a week or you know, every couple of days or whatever. And I just couldn't do that, you know. That's pretty much. I pretty much take a shower within 10 minutes of getting up. Usually. It's like how I get my day. Is not necessarily get to wake up. It's just get clean for the day. Yeah, no, I don't think I can't remember the last time I had a day without a shower. And there must have been some really good circumstance for me missing a shower. I'm the person. I'll take multiple showers in a day. Like if I get up in the morning, take a shower, and then maybe like if I, you know, maybe like if I cut the grass that day and it's hot and everything, I'll take another shower. All right. Or for example, I usually when I get a massage, I usually take a shower when I get home because of all that oil. I don't really like the oils. I mean, oil's needed when they're doing the massage, but I don't really like the feel of the oil on my skin afterwards. Yeah. All right. tell you one thing for sure. I was just thinking about this, because like I said, I am getting tired. Oops. But I now have committed. I'm staying home, which actually, like I said, probably the right thing. Is during lunch, I'll be prepping. Like I say, my lunch break, I'll actually be prepping food for Thursday, but that's part of the reason why I'm like, okay, even though I'm tired, I really have got to finish this up because I don't want this. I don't want the Legos here when I start my work day tomorrow. All the pieces, especially if the dog acts like he did today, because then I will knock him over. He wouldn't. I would. Not on purpose, but by accident. I already have 4 of these. All right. But I'm also getting close to this being done anyways. So it'd be silly to stop at this point. No, okay. It wasn't. They were up a little bit. It's just they weren't pushed all the way in. I was like, what is wrong here? Come on. Well, I'll say again, one of the things I've got to get better is drinking water on these streams. Yeah. Going on 4.5 hours and I'm still on the first bottle of water. That's not a good thing. Z's. Night, Sean. Like I say, I'm just determined to get this step done. Even though I should be. I should also be getting to sleep. Still in your first bottle. That's not hydrating though. All right, Sean. You have a good rest. See you tomorrow. Of course, the thing about Sean saying, I'm sure I'll see you tomorrow, actually, for me, it is already tomorrow. For him, it's not. Still has a couple minutes left in Tuesday. Although I'll tell you, I mean, yeah, it's getting late, but this is nothing. One of the guys I watch every once in a while, is Nutty. He starts streaming. So he's in Australia. He starts streaming like 11 p.m. his time. And like, actually, I tuned into him for a couple minutes more than think because I couldn't believe he was still on. And sure enough, actually, the part of my design came from his videos, like the time and everything. So he shows his local time, and it's going on 4 o'clock in the morning, and he was still streaming. And he works a regular job, So he was, when I went on there thinking, oh, maybe something must be going on, and he's still on. No, he's just still into what he was doing, right? Which is just chatting. All right, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, and he was talking about, oh yeah, I better get to bed. I got to be at work at 9. It's going on 4. It's going on 4 o'clock in the morning. I was like, goodness gracious, dude. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 22. Okay. It's probably hard to see because of the clear, but these are all over the place, crooked. I'll fix them here once I've got them all on there. All right, so there we've got, that's number 4. So number 5 is clear across the board. Okay, that's number 5. 6 is whites in the ends. Hold on a second. I have a feeling I didn't do something right. No. So the white clears. Shoot. Yeah. Okay, so clear all the way across. That's what I've got there. And it's supposed to be white. White. Awesome. So you're finished your assignment quicker than I am. Not that it's an assignment. This is just me fooling around. Well, let's see if I can get. I'm going to find where I can, because I'm having a hard time getting that off. Try to get all these taken apart. I say, doesn't help that I keep my when am I going to sleep? As soon as I get these 2 things done. Good part is I don't have a meeting until, I don't think until 11 o'clock. So I don't have to start my day right on time. Goodness, I cannot get these 2 pieces separate. Yeah, I mean, it's nice. I gotta be careful with that, though. You know, it can look. I mean, again, it's a crazy week because you know, it's Thanksgiving week here in the United States, so a lot of people are off anyways. But you have to be careful. I mean, you know, I can, no matter what, I can't get those two off. Yeah, you gotta be careful doing like that because you know it could look, you know, it looks like, yeah, you're quote unquote setting your own schedule, but I sort of am. I mean, because I mean, like today, I work from the house, but you know, I started my day at okay, and I gotta keep track of my amount. I'm number 4. You know, I started my day at I think I got to my desk at 6:45 or so. Maybe let's just call it 7. You know, by the time I actually settled down, and you know, I worked all the way up till 5. And how long did I take a break for? Not long. I was trying to think if I really took a break. No, I mean, lunch, we had pizza last night. I grabbed leftover pizza. Okay, then a row of all clear. So, I mean, I maybe... You know, maybe took 5 minutes for my lunch. All right, so there's that. Now, okay, and this we'll do like that. There we go. Now, I mean, with all being said, my wife will give me a hard time when I climb into bed, if she even notices. She sleeps pretty well. She doesn't sleep that hard, but she sleeps hard enough. Getting all those even because they're kind of twisted a little bit there. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I officially suffer from insomnia, but I'm definitely one of those. I don't really require a whole lot of sleep, and I've always been that way. I mean, since I was a kid, I've been like that. I just didn't sleep a whole lot. I would stay up really late. So one of the reasons why when I'm doing a coding stream and I say, okay, I need to stop because I want to take a break before I go to bed, it's because what I have learned is if I go to bed like right after coding, right, or doing any type of work, I don't sleep, right? I just lay there for the longest time sometimes. So that's what, so you'll know when I say, okay, well, I'm going to stop the stream so I can take a break before going to bed. That's what, even though it's, going on midnight, right? It's because I'm like, I don't want to be up till 2 or 3 in the morning. Oops. right, there we go. Yeah, I just can't stand the blue light. I've tried turning it on my monitors, and I like bright monitors, right? And so to me, it's more distracting. I probably should just bite the bullet and do it and live with it, right? But I don't like it. Oh, I've got those right there. There we go. All right. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I know I should. But it makes your monitor look funky. I don't know. I'm probably just being too particular, to be honest with you. But, you know. But like I say, for the longest time, and by the longest time, I mean 50 years, almost. I just don't sleep a whole lot, and it's part of who I am. Like I said, I was talking to my father about it a couple years ago, and he was talking about how he remembers, me growing up, and there I would be, even as he was a young kid, up late at night, just watching TV or chilling out. Doing my thing. And that's what I sleep more than I used to. But I used to. Up until about probably not even 5 years ago, I maybe slept. Well, not maybe. I slept 4 hours a night, and it wasn't like, because I just had so much to do. Although, that was part of it. Which a lot of it was on me, right? It was me committing for too many things, and I still do that. Like, hey, I'm gonna do a whole nother Lego stream, right? Or I'm gonna do this, right? I'm gonna write a blog article next month, right? Stuff like that, right? But it was just, again, didn't matter if I'd be up anyways. I did 4 hours sleep for like 30 years. It's really just been the last couple of years. I've slept, and when I see I slept more, I sleep like I get about 5 to 6 hours sleep. So I still don't sleep that much. It's really it's the way how my body's wired. With that being said, there are times where I will definitely, just kind of crash, and not a crash and burn per se, but where I'll you know, sleep in. You know, actually, it kind of annoys my wife because not every Saturday, but it's not unusual on Saturday mornings for me to sleep in. Slept 21 hours. Yeah, I don't think well, maybe when I was younger, you know, I might have done that, but a little bit harder when you live in a house with other folks. And slept immediately. Yeah, see, well, that's why there are times where I'll get tired, but early in the night, and I can't go to bed because if I do, I know I'll wake up at like 3 o'clock in the morning and will never ever fall asleep. Right? You know. So I mean, there have been times when, like, you know, say like 7 o'clock, I'm zonked, and my wife goes, "Oh, go to bed, you know, get some, you know." Like, well, if she doesn't do it anymore because she knows if I do, I'll wake up in the middle of the night and I can't get back to sleep, and it makes it worse. You know? I put it backwards. I was going to say something doesn't look right there. It was backwards. Hold on a second. No. I put this part backwards, but I think, let me see something here. Well, it'll work as well. Yeah, I can. Just reverse that. There we go. Basically, that edge goes on that side. There we go. Yeah, that works. Just tighten this a little bit there. Okay. So yeah, there we've got those. Well, actually, we match the diagrams like that. I will say, you talked about how you slept for 24 hours, woke up and saw the clock and went back to sleep. That's actually the best thing you could have done. Because obviously that meant you were off your cycle. Did I? Yes, I skipped a step. Okay. There should be 4 of these. It almost sounds like Terminator. Definitely taking inspiration from it, that's for sure. All right, now we're building that. Hold on, I shouldn't have these pieces. Where are these from? And from that, these. What? Where did these come from? Thing is, though, it looks correct if I look at the diagram. But how in the world do I have these 6 and these pieces? Oh, I see what it is. I see what it is. Actually, it's actually on the step I'm on. I just didn't pay attention. I'm getting tired. That sucks, man. That you're off cycle like that. It's I knew someone who basically suffered from insomnia, would be up for long periods of time, get a lot of work done, right? But then, okay, well, I'm still, why do I have these pieces? And also, why do I have an uneven number of them? Everything looks fine. But I don't know why I have those pieces left over. Now, it's always possible that, that bag had extras in it, right? I mean, All right, I'll just continue going. I mean, I don't see anything that I'm missing. It is weird, though. Well, you saying you're getting $50 US an hour? If you are, that is amazing. Unless, this cost of living is a whole lot more than I was expecting. Holy crap. Well, yeah. Although, I mean, what do I effectively pay? I effectively pay, it's not 40%. I forgot now. I mean, it's 33%, I think I pay for federal. That's before state tax. the state tax is not that bad. Well, dude, that's pretty cool if you're getting 15 an hour. I mean, that's... Even at 40% tax rate, that's better than better when people get here. Okay, otherwise it's 50%, 56%. Wow, yeah, 56%. Yeah, I mean, and that's pretty normal over in Europe. The tax rate's pretty high, but it's how they're able to afford all the social programs that they provide. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, so sure enough, I mean, here in America's, and admittedly, I'm probably part of that, but America doesn't really like to pay high tax rates. Some of it's a little bit misleading. So, I mean, like, for example, okay, so I pay somewhere... Actually, I think I pay 33% for federal. And then I think so. State I live in, I think it's like 6%, so it's not bad. I think I could be also completely wrong about that because the state I don't really pay much attention to. But the thing that's a little bit misleading here is that, so like you're paying 40 to 56%, but you also have socialized medicine and all that kind of stuff. And, whereas here, I mean, we pay insurance. Something's not right. I somehow screwed this up. Because look, that should be all the way flush. It's not going all the way flush. Where is this messed up? They're level. Oops. All right, I'm definitely not doing something right here. That's not working very well. Let's see here. Like when I compare, so So that's definitely even. This is weird because like everything looks even. No, I see the problem. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, you know what? This might be very easy to fix. Talked about how I had these extra pieces. It's actually right here. Luckily, and technically this is not right. But you know what? It's not going to matter. Because actually, oops, this individual piece is supposed to be over here, but you know what? It's going to work just fine. 5 hours. Yeah, I probably should probably wrap up. Students above 18 get $1K a month. Free hospital, free dentistry below age 18. Yeah, like I say, I mean, I don't know, you know, because of course that's a big debate here in the United States. And I have a hard time on that one because, oops, shoot, try to do this without destroying. Darn it. Because admittedly, I'm a little bit more on the side of, you know, because of course I have good insurance through my company. But of course, I mean, there's a valid argument about how, you know, everyone should have good access to health care, and they're not wrong. What I do find interesting is some of what tries to happen here is to almost penalize you. All education is free. Yeah, that's definitely not the case here. There we go. But like I said, there's been some over the years where they almost want to penalize you if you have a good plan through your company. And I'm like, well, that's not fair either, right? Education costs are out, through the roof here in the United States. Whoops. Oh, shoot. Be a little more careful putting this other one in. There we go. Now we have these done. All right. Let's get our picture before I forget, since I forgot to take it at the end of each bag. I don't know if we can see the extra pieces. Like I said, I mean, this is actually one of the more efficient sets as far as having extra pieces at the end. And of course, sometimes having those extra pieces on purpose, right? Because they easily drop, or or what have you. All right, let me set this up here like so, and I'll take a quick picture here. All right, let me find Instagram. It's somewhere on my phone. All right. So then we're going to say bags. This was, what numbers were these? Nice job on my assignment. Yeah. 5 through 8. 5. Oops. Through 8. Not 9. 8 of the Taj Mahal completed. Well, actually, so 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's, and I forgot that I should have taken a picture after each one. Although it really makes, since they were 4 of the same thing, it kind of makes sense. All right, so share. So there we go. That picture is posted. Now just out of curiosity, look and see what we do next. Yeah, see next you can see, here you can see another 4 times, on the steps. This time building the corners. So, all right. Well, Scott and anyone else who's just tagging along, thank you all for joining me tonight. I'm actually not going to raid anyone tonight. I'm worn out, and I feel bad if I just leave because I'm going to bed. And I'll be back on. Not exactly sure I'll start right at 8 o'clock Eastern time. But around that time, because like I said, I'll also be preparing for Thanksgiving meal. Because like I said, I do all the cooking for that. I enjoy doing all the cooking for that. But we'll definitely be on Wednesday evening. Taylor and Code. See you, everybody.